Good morning and welcome to the Avide Samaru Park. We are here in the central range of Trinidad and Tobago. We are here for the final encounter between the DC Hub under 19 team on tour to Trinidad and Tobago. We are taking on the SSCL combined central and south team here. It's a 30 over affair, and the news from the toss is that the DC Hub won the toss in their final game and they've opted to bat first. And I'll give you the starting lineup for both teams just to let you know it's been an overcast morning thus far at the Avide Samaru Park. And after some showers overnight, we're all set to go 9:30 a.m. this morning. The umpires out in the middle are umpires Joel Duki and umpire Carl Smith. And the coach of the SSCL Central and South Combined team, Mr. Carl Sturge, Harry Sturge, Mr. Carrie Sturge. And I am joined here as well by, of course, Mr. Zahir Bass, accompanying the SSCL team, and the ever-present president of the SSCL team, Mr. Nigel Maraj, and our producer here today, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, and Mr. Vinod Kunjan on camera, better known as Shepherd. And the opening bowler, it's a quick single here by Parin Herman. The opening bowler for the SSCL team as the first over comes to an end. 4 runs in the first over without loss. The opening bowler, Aryan Mohammed, conceding 4 runs in his first over. And at the top of the order, Alvin Sami, he's on 1 not out. And Parin Herman, much to the cheers of the DC Hub fans, is off the mark with 2 runs. It's going to be Jaden Joseph, the Presentation College Shogunas lad. He is going to open the bowling from the southern end with his off spin. And of course, Aryan Mohammed, the left arm seamer from Naparima College. We saw him feature in the game yesterday that the DC Hub played at the Naparima College, played for Naparima College. And the DC Hub team making light work of the 160 odd runs posted by the Naparima College. Wesley Jackson, the man of the moment on tour, getting to yet another 50, 350s on tour for him. And Anab Mishra finishing on 70 odd not out. It was really a good knock from him, taking the attack to the Naparima boys. Give you the lineup for the DC Hub team. And Captain Amit Demaraju, Athiyant Lakshman Prabhu Krishna Veni. Alvin Sami, he took first strike. Some bat on to pad there, half shot. Not out, says the umpire. Anish Bamidipati and our Mishra Balaravi Kumar, Parin Herman. He's out there facing up Rahil Shah, Shorai Vanjari, Siddharth Kotali. And he's got his wicket. He's got his man here, Herman. And I'll have a look at it again there. It seemed to be a full delivery and he playing over the top of it. The young man, he's gone for 2. And the first wicket falls with 4 runs on the total. And he's gone for 2 off of 7 deliveries. And Suryavel Santaligam, he is actually going to come into bat now at 1 down. And finally on the DC Hub, making up the 12 members of their squad, Wesley Jackson. He is the leading run scorer on tour thus far. Had a top score of 73, 60 and a 50 in the last game. And Santaligam as well has notched up a couple good scores in the tournament, a 55 as well in this game. I'll give you the lineup for the SSCL Central and South combined team is littered with stars and national players as well. The captain, Brendan Boodoo, Riyad Mohammed, the vice captain, Matthias Mahabir, the wicketkeeper, Levi Ghani, Jaden Joseph, Andy Adha, Arion Mohammed, Akil Ruplal, Dylan Ramdawa, Sachin Nanlal, and Adi Ramsaran. It's a PA11 here. A couple of players not quite up to the fitness level to make the squad today, notably Faris Ali. He is out of the team, sick, as well as Jeremy Singh. Singh did feature in one of the SSCL other squads and did get an opportunity to play against the team. So those are the two lineups. And as you would recognize some of, or may not recognize, some of the boys in that Central and South combined team do play for some clubs in the Premiership level. And not to mention play for their schools as well at the SSCL Premiership level. And there's an intercall final coming up on the 26th of April. I'm informed it's been changed to the 25th by Mr. Zahir Abbas. And will be just before the opening of school. It's a Friday. So dot ball there from Jaden Joseph after picking up the wicket. A good start from the young man. Left arm around the wicket. The end of his over, a successful over, picking up the wicket of Parin Herman for 2. And the score 1 for 4 and 2 overs gone. So it's going to be Arian Mohammed to continue with his left arm over the wicket. He's going to be bowling to Alvin Sami. And that intercall T20 final coming up. It's going to be a double header. Of course, the SSCL, both girls and boys. Teams will be involved in that finals on finals day. And it's going to be Sami facing up, and he goes straight back past the bowler for 4. Pitched up by Mohammed, getting onto the front foot and smacking it back past the bowler for 4. Sami did not get an opportunity to bat and face up against Mohammed yesterday at the Naparima College. And he seems to be enjoying the opportunity now. Very aggressive shot from the young man. Yes, and that finals coming up. It's yet again another clash between the Rio Claro West and the Barakpora East young ladies. It's a good comeback delivery there from Mohammed. And well played as well in defense from Alvin Sami. And of course, the boys' finals, Presentation College Shogunas. I believe they're undefeated this year. Winners of the league, returning champions. And they're going to take on Naparima College after defeating Presentation San Fernando in the semi-final in that Prayers derby. And of course, in that Prayers Sando team was Captain Brendan Boodoo, Riyad Mohammed, Matthias Mahabir, Levi Ghani, and another good delivery here from Mohammed. Just wonder, he, from our vantage point, can't quite see, but seems as though he's getting that ball to tail into the right-hand batsman. Yeah, the wind coming across as gesticulated by our SSCL comrade, Mr. Zahir Abbas. It is blowing across his left shoulder from east to west and blowing into the living room of Mr. Avide Samaru, who lives across the way from the ground. And we can see far off in the distance behind the first slip, Mr. Sturge on the boundary's edge. On is an appeal, a half shot. The umpire says not out. Goes through to the wicket keeper. And just throwing the bat at it outside the off stump, and might have been the delivery, getting to go across the right-hander for a bit of a change-up. So there is a slip in place. The wicket-keeper, Matthias Mahabir, and Riyad Mohammed at first slip. Brendan Budu at gully. Ruplal at backward point. Joseph at extra cover. There's a deep cover on the boundary. Mid-off, mid-on. Adar at mid-wicket and the fine leg. So just 3 on the onside. So he has to maintain that line and length outside of the off stump. Or just don't know about the off stump. And it's still into the onside. Just 3 on the onside. It's going to be Adar to give chase. And he does quite well just to limit them to 1. So Sami moves on to 6. And Suryavel Santaligam yet to get off the mark. It's 10 for 1 after 3 overs. And just to finish up on the other side of the coin, Presentation College, they will be featured in that final. Jaden Joseph, Anil Ruplal, the leg spinner, and Faris Ali. You see the scores come up on the screen there. The DC Hub boys touring team, 10 for 1 after 3. And Alvin Sami on 6. Santaligam yet to get off the mark. And our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, pulling something out of the hat, being the magician that he is. Of course, it happens on the final day of the tour. It's going to be Jaden Joseph to continue. I won't tell you what the Cricket 660 bosses call him. Remind you as well that the team travels tonight. Their flight leaves at midnight tonight. So after this 30-over affair, it's back to the hotel, pack your bags, and off you go. The girls under 19, they are taking on the North Zone under 19 women. Down the wicket here is Sami, works it into the onside. There's protection out in the deep, and he's not going to get there, hitting against the wind, advancing down the track, working it in the air on the onside, just 3 on the onside, 1 man to beat out in the deep, and managed to get it to the boundary in quick time. So 14 for 1. Have a look at it here again, advancing down the track, working it uppishly into the onside. On this time, he goes through the offside, and it goes past the man at mid-off and into the boundary now for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Sami. An appreciation from the parents as well as his teammates in the pavilion. So he goes up to 14. It's 18 for 1. This is a 30-over affair. So Sami taking the opportunity. Last game, it's the second time he's opening on tour, taking the opportunity to get some runs before he gets on that plane. On a good delivery there. Faster one. They're going to call through for a single. And a good call there from Santaligam in the end. Good rotation of strikers. A faster ball from Jaden Joseph. Left arm around the wicket. Just not wanting to give Sami the opportunity to go after another flighted delivery. So it's going to be Santaligam yet to get off the mark. Half shot and a good delivery there. Short of a length from Jaden. The end of the over. 19 for 1, 4 gone. And of course, pressure bonus, they'll be taking on Arion Mohammed from Naparima College. and Adi Ramsaran in that intercall final come the 25th. And that game will be carried, as you guessed it, live by Cricket 360. It will be done at the National Cricket Centre. And that game bowls off the same day as the West Indies Breakout League, which is taking place at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And those squads have been announced. They are in Trinidad and Tobago, the tournament taking place in Taruba. And those teams are in training. So a lot of cricket coming up. Sammy going after another one outside of the off stump. The umpire signaling a wide. And with a slip and a gully in place, the power play in effect. And the two fielders out in the deep square, more of a long leg position next to Coach Sturridge on the boundary. And a deep cover. So it is cloudy with some intermittent sunshine here at the Avide Samaru Park. And this one is pushed to the man out at cover. It goes square and goes into the boundary. And Alvin Sami is dealing in boundaries here. His fourth boundary of his innings coming up. Two of them square up the wicket on the offside. Getting onto that front foot and working Mohammed through the gap and into the boundary. He's on to 19 off of 14 deliveries. The current run rate stands at 5.76. So that girls' game is taking place at the Brian Lara ground in Santa Cruz against the North Zone under 19 women. And good pace there. They come through for the single. The throw is to the non-striker's end, and Levi Gani takes off after the attempted overthrows and shepherds the ball down to fine leg. They don't come through for the second, so it's just a single to Sami. And good pace from the bowler Arian Mohammed. Onto the front foot was Sami. And the ball coming sweetly off the face of the bat and very quickly to mid-off. And the opportunity for a run out. Shy at the stumps was wide. So good cricket all around. Would have been touch and go at the non-striker's end. Takes the total up to 25. And Sami on to 20. Oh, and this is a badly lined delivery down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. And it is going to go into the boundary. Perhaps trying to get that one to come back into the new batter Santa Ligam. But started it too much on the leg stump line and just continued on down the leg side past wicketkeeper Mahabir into the boundary for 4. So 5 wides and the total building now 30 for 1 and 6.92 the current run rate. The run rate just going up after the loss of the opening batsman Parin Herman. So thought yet the umpire does confirm it is a wide. So needs to settle on a line and length. He's been a bit shaken up by Alvin Sami, who's at the non-striker's end. Started off pretty good on the line of the off stump. But as Sami has been very aggressive, even advancing down the wicket to him, to both bowlers in fact. He's just shaken up the fast bowler, Mohammed. He's just trying to re-establish his line and length. And a better delivery there. Outside of the off stump, dot ball. So as we mentioned, this is the 6th and final game for the boys. 12 games in all between the DC Hub boys and girls team. Are they going to come through for a single? It's played to the man at point. And it's going to be some overthrows. It's going to go into the boundary. The backing up was not too certain by Arha behind at mid-wicket. Coming around. A sharp throw. Looks like Ruplal there from point. They were called through for a quick single as the ball was played out to Ruplal at point. He came around, got a good throw in, a good quick throw. And it might have just been touch and go had that hit the stumps, but it was not to be. And instead, what you don't want to see happen after a close shout for a run out. And it goes into the boundary for 4 overthrows. So 5 runs to the total. I'll tell you what, who'll be very grateful for that 5 runs is Santaligam. Good delivery, Sammy. Confidently onto the front foot. And a couple wides in the over. Extra stands at 9 wides in all. And into his third over, he's gone for 22 runs. And just a bit of a struggle in this over to keep his line and length. A better delivery here. Playing forward, beating the outside edge, the end of the over. So Sammy, he's on, should be 21. And Santaligam off the mark on 5. This is the final game as well for the ladies as they take on that North Zone under 19 team. And of course, that stream can be seen. That stream can be seen on the Cricket 360 network as well, streaming out of the Brian Lara Cricket Ground in Santa Cruz, the home village of Brian Charles Lara. So currently stands as 3 wins for the DC Hub team and 2 defeats, suffering at the hands of the Queen's Park 11, as well as the Power Gen under 19 team. As it's Jane Joseph to continue here. And in those 2 games, the opening batsmen each, Steven Gomez notching up 100, as well as Niall Mingo notching up 100 to take their teams home and over the line. And the wins against the SSCL North and East combined at St. Anthony's College, and against the Southeast and Southwest combined SSCL team at Pier Road in Shogunas. Just across the way from us here, the Avide Samaru ground. And of course, the SSCL team sponsored for many years, over 2 decades, sponsored by the Power Generation Company of Trinidad and Tobago. They've done yeoman service in the development of not just youth cricket, but women's cricket as well. But they're going to call through for a quick single. It's going to be tight. Santaligam was late to respond. The call was late from Sammy. He hesitated, Santaligam, at the non-striker's end, but managed to get through in the end as the throw came in to hit the stumps rather than at the wicketkeeper, who instead, seeing the throw, opted to just step back and back up the throw. So they get through for the single in the end, and the 2 batsmen converse in the middle. Yeah, had that hit, he would have been gone. The backing up by Riyad Mohammed as well, coming around from first slip. So Santaligam, he's on 6, inadvertently getting 5 runs off a push to Rupalal at point that went for 5 overthrows, which he more than happily accepted. And a good stop there by Budu in the cover. And he takes off for the single. He's going to be in trouble here. The throw comes in. And not quite taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, Mahabir. But it was excellent work. Looks like Budu there at cover First to knock it down, then quickly to get up and get the throw in at the wicketkeeper. Have a look at the throw there. Good work from our cameraman Shepherd. The throw is a tad bit low and almost on the bounce to the wicketkeeper, who couldn't quite gather it. At times that is the most difficult ones to take. Landing just in front of you, and the batsman was able to get back into his crease. Still have another word at the end of the over. 6 gone. Power play done and dusted. 6 or 7 in the ball. So we're going to see a bowling change here, as one might have imagined, with Arion Mohammed, not quite himself. 3 overs for 27 runs. It's going to be Andy Adha from Tabakeet Secondary, who's going to come into the attack. I believe it's its second time featuring in the SSCL combined teams. Yeah, and it's going to be a change of pace. An adjustment is going to have to be made here from Sammy, as he has a close look at the bowling of Andy Adha. So the score is 38 for 1. A slingy action from the young man. And it heads down the leg side. There is nobody out there. Riyad Mohammed is going to have to take after it. Down to the fine leg boundary. And wide signal by the umpire. So not a good start there from Andy Adha. Just hunched over there. Just wondering, did he just strain something with that delivery? He does have a quite slingy action. But he seems to be fine, the young man. Yeah, look at that replay there. It's just gone down the leg side. No chance for the wicketkeeper. Into the boundary for 4. So there's a long on in place and a deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders out in the deep. So the power play is still in effect. 30 over affair. So we might have the power play in the first 8 overs or 7. We just confirmed with the umpires. Bit of a stutter step in the run-up of Adha as he gets into his action. It's a nice cooling breeze comes across the ground, blowing off some hats off the head and our monitor onto the table. Such is the strength of the wind. So Adha is back off the back foot. They're going to come through for a single. It's played straight to cover and an appeal, a good throw. Not out, says the umpire. And that was another close call. And we've seen the running between the wickets and the rotation of strike pretty good in the first 3 games or so from the DC hub. But this is a much stronger fielding unit out there for the SSCL Central and South team. I just want to be cautious who you're pushing those singles out to. So a 5-4 field in effect. There is still a slip in place. The gully has gone to the onside at square leg. And a point cover, extra cover mid-off. Long on, deep mid-wicket. And a straight mid-wicket inside the ring. And the square leg. And that man is in the zone at mid-wicket. And it's going to beat that man Levi at mid-wicket in the ring. That's 1 run to Santaligam. So the scoring rate still over 6.4 runs and over. 45 for 1. And 7 overs gone. Alvin Sami on 22. Parin Herman, the batsman, being dismissed for 2. And Suryavel Santaligam, he's not out on 7. So games being played across the length and breadth of the country, as we had a quick look there at the DC boys. Rahil Shaw is padded up, as well as Anish Bamidipati, the coming next, as well as Atian Veni, who's had a good tour. He's had a couple 50s, bailed his team out of some difficult situations, coming in low down in the middle order. Did open the innings as well. So it's been a good tour for him. And Arnab Mishra getting to 70 odd yesterday against Naparima. Top scoring in that game. Finishing not out was Mishra. And it was quite an exhibition between himself and Wesley Jackson, who got 50 in that game and made light work of the 168 or so total posted by the Naparima College. Was that a chance? Hands on head and put down there. Looks like Budu, the captain, at extra cover, did such good work in the last over to try and effect a run out. And this time he's backpedaling, tries to take a catch over his head and put down yet again. And just wondering if the fielder coming into the ball could have called for it. But if your captain is nestling under it, you might just hesitate to take the catch away from him. But he was in the better position. Looks like Jaden Joseph looks like he was in the better position to come in to take the catch rather than have the captain backpedaling to take it over his head. So 2 chances in the over to Alvin Sami. He's on 22. And it just should have been curtains there on the first wicket for Riyad Mohammed, who's come into the attack and already creating 2 chances, the vice captain, in his first over. And we've seen it time and time again, rubbing salt into the wound. An opportunity goes a begging, and the very next delivery put away for 4. And Sami obliging, getting the 2 opportunities to still be out there. He's on 26 now, and he has hammered 5 boundaries so far in the first 8 overs of the game, keeping the momentum with a strike rate of over 100. And the vice captain, Riyad Mohammed, knowing the young lad, he will not be too happy at all. Oh, nice bounce outside of the off stump there for Mohammed. End of the over. The 50 coming up with that boundary, 50 for 1. And Alvin Sami on 26. Suryavel Santaligam, he's not out on 8. And the batsman dismissed Parin Herman for 2. So the first over of Riyad Mohammed producing 2 opportunities, 2 catches to extra cover, and both of them were grasped and conceded 1 boundary. So his first over going for 5 runs. And the fall of that first wicket with the score on 4. Does the batsman take a bit of a drinks break? That gives Andy had the opportunity to remark his run. He did have a bit of a stutter run up as he started. He comes off a pretty short run up for his medium pace. And he's going to maintain that field as the fielding restrictions continue in the power play. Or just seeing the square leg dropping out the fine leg. So there are now 3 fielders in the deep. Dylan Ramdawar, the man, featuring in his second game for the SSCL against the DC Hub on tour. He's out at fine leg. Gonna get a single now to long on. Another extra added to the total. And Ada going for 10 runs thus far in 1.1 deliveries. Which has been an expensive start for the bowlers of the SSCL. Advancing down the wicket, lifting it in the air. And it's Adi Ramsaran out there on the long off boundary, who does the fielding right on the edge of the rope. So good timing there from Alvin Sami. We saw him last year on the tour, and he was a destructive batsman coming in low down in the middle order. And 2 games on this tour, with his experience, he's been pushed up to the top of the batting order. A good delivery there from Ada, beating the outside edge. Santaligam tried to guide it past the first slip, flirting with danger really. But in this truncated, it's a 30-over affair. They've played 4 50-over games. You're trying to make things happen. Santaligam advancing down the track, and the ball not getting up, keeping a bit low, and a good stop by the wicketkeeper Mahabir. He does get bat on ball this time. It's out of Ruplal, and it's another sharp through. Makes his way out to the deep mid wicket. There is no additional run, just a single, and so powerful was the throw. It got there in quick time out to the boundary edge, and no opportunity for an over through the end of the over. Have a look at this throw here. Very powerful indeed. Expert work from our cameraman there, Mr. Shepherd. As we see, the wicketkeeper is getting his leg out of the way rather than using the pads to stop that throw. So 54 for 1. And Santaligam now is on to 10. 21 to Sami. She's going to be Riyad out the outside edge. Seem to open the face. And a single now to Santaligam, rotating the strike. He's been taking some chances to Ruplal at point. And again, from the other over, Ruplal is at point off for the bowling of Riyad Mohammed. And again, challenging him. That backward point position. And for those of you just Saturday morning having a look at your televisions, Everton is taking on Manchester City. 10 minutes into that game, 0-0. And they're going to call for a single, Sami, but sent back by Santaligam. So Santaligam, ironically, when he's on strike, he takes the single to balls at Ruplal. He's at the non-striker's end. A yes call from Sami. And it was the man Santaligam sending him back, turning down the run to Ruplal. He's trying to work a ball down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire firstly. And Jaden Joseph giving chase. So 2 runs in the end. Sammy just head in the air. You could see him there, upset with himself that he couldn't get back onto that and the possibility of adding to his boundary tally. The very experienced Riyad Mohammed in operation from that southern end. Plays for the club Victoria down in South, my good friend Keno Mason's club. So the young man is in good hands with Keno Mason and Marcel Jones. Just pointed out by our most knowledgeable Mr. Zahir Bass. Marcel Jones, former Queen's Royal College student. And his dad worked with me as well at ISPAT very briefly. And his mom as well, physiotherapist. Very good physiotherapist as well, operating in Plover Street in Launch Park. Say good morning to Miss Margaret Jones. Beating the outside edge, Riyad Mohammed. We're not quite in school, but Santaligam is yet to settle down with a few deliveries going past his outside edge. Some risky singles. And the end of that Riyad Mohammed over. And 11 to Santaligam, 21 to Sami. 57 for 1 and 10 overs gone. And the other game across in the Premier League, West Ham is taking on Southampton, 0-0 in that game. And another big clash, Aston Villa to come up against Newcastle United at 1:30 later on today. So a lot of sport taking place around the world. Brentford leading Brighton 1-0. Back to action here at the Avide Samaru Park. And so Arata continues. He's going to be bowling to Sami. It's outside the off stump and hammered to Budu at extra cover. Good stop by the young man. Getting his hands behind the ball, getting his body in line. Barbados under 15 taking on that Trinidad under 15 team. This one works it to the onside. You're going to get 1. Looking for 2. It's not to be. And of interest to a lot of the parents here, Barbados under 15 taking on the Trinidad under 15 team in that West Indies Rising Star Regional under 15 tournament. Barbados are 33 for 3 in the 10th over. Samuel Stewart for Trinidad and Tobago has 2 for 21 into his 6th over. And Jaden Sadafal, he has 1 for 16 off of 5. So a good start here from the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. And he's gone. Put in the hands for a 3rd time. And this time making no mistake, Brendan Budu gladly accepts the catch. And it's going to be Santaligam who has to go. They would have preferred it to be Sami with the rate he was going. But it's Surya of Santaligam caught Brendan Budu ball at who gets his first wicket. Goes for 11. Struggled a little bit during his innings of 29 deliveries. And the second wicket falling with 59 runs on the board and building some pressure in the over and picking up the wicket with just one ball to come. And the other has his first wicket. He has one for 13. 7 runs to Suryavel Santalingam as his tour with the bat comes to an end. We might just see him donning the wicket-keeping gloves in the second innings. He has shared the wicket-keeping between himself and Siddharth Kothali. And Kothali, who's had a very good tour as well. A couple 50s for him. Kothali usually at the top of the order. He's been dropped down the order in this 30-over affair. And Santalingam getting the opportunity and Perman to go up the order. So it's going to be the new man, Anish Bamidipati. The leg spinner, the tall, lanky leg spinner. Reminds me a bit of the Anil Kumble from India, except that he bats left-handed. And he's going to have a slip in place. On a 5-4 field to him. And the 2 men out in the deep mid-wicket, long on. And there is a fine leg, so 3 in the deep. End of the over. The third over of Ara coming to an end. Wicket taking over. And 2 for 59 after 11. We were joined briefly by the director of the tour, Mr. Kancham Chotu. Gave us a very lengthy interview down at the Power Gen game. And he's just making the rounds. He has been to both venues for each game. There have been 2 games a day, 12 games in 8 days for the tournament director. His expertise is in that of tracking satellites, but he's been tracking 2 teams across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, journeying from as far south as Powergen in Penal and now today all the way up to Santa Cruz. So he's off to that game for the girls. Just ensuring all the coordination is being done. Mohammed to continue, Riyadh. Yeah, he's a tricky customer here. The very experienced Riyadh Mohammed. He's been in this game for the better part of a decade. Debuting at the zone at the tender age of 9 years old, I'm told by our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas. Might have been known to change a diaper or 2 off the young lad. He's known him that long. Look, he just cleans up his mess on the field. But he's been in it for a long time. Plays for the Victoria Club. We've been rubbing shoulders with the likes of Sherwin Ganga, former Trinidad and Tobago player. Under the watchful eyes of Marcel Jones at the club. Yeah, and he's had a go at him outside of the off stump. He beat him on the inside edge with one that pitched and turned into his pad and now beating him on the outside edge, outside of the off stump. So with the introduction of Riyadh Mohammed, we've seen some pressure start to build and the run rate dropping. Down the wicket he is, lifting it in the air, inside out, over the head of Ramdawa, down on the long off boundary and into the boundary for 6. We'll have a look at that there again. Sami advancing down the track. and maintains his aggressive style. He's been bogged down for a couple deliveries by Mohammed, and now taking matters into his own hands, advancing down the track and smacked over long off for 6. So 65 for 2. He's on to 34. And it's down to Ramdewa at long on. That one struck over the head of Sachin Nandlal, it looks like, out there at long off. So it's going to be Bami Dipati, not yet off the mark. He's just faced the one delivery from Adha. So a couple field changes for the left-hander. He's going to have a slip on a gully for Riyad Mohammed, a backward point. And they're just going to adjust the man from cover to cover point as a cover comes in place, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside. And he's cutting it into the tooth. Hurried by that delivery there from that Riyad Mohammed over as it comes to an end. 66 for 2. Bami Dipati remains on no score and Sami on 35. There's been 5 boundaries in the innings and 1 6 coming in that over from Riyad Mohammed. So the current run rate stands at 5.5. The opening bowlers, Aryan Mohammed, 3 overs for 27. Jaden Joseph, 3 overs, 1 wicket for 11. Andy Adha in operation now with Riyad Mohammed. He has 1 for 13 and Mohammed no wicket for 15. Mohammed did have 2 catches being put down off of his bowling in his first over. Was struck for 1 boundary in that over, so he's had quite a number of dot deliveries in between the 3 boundaries struck off of him. It's going to be a bowling change. Ada is going to come out of the attack. And with a maximum of 5 overs per bowler, it's going to be Anil Ruplal into the attack. The Pre-Sal Club leg spinner. He took part in the T20 festival, the TTCB T20 festival just a month or so ago, and had a very good outing in what was to be a 6th festival at the Queen's Park Oval, but was quite economical, the leg spinner, and beat the inside edge, the off stump and the wicket keeper to go into the boundary for 4. So he starts already creating difficulty for both batsman and wicket keeper, and 4 runs eventually signaled by the umpire. So 35, albeit inadvertently, off the inside edge of Alvin Sami. Now this one is in the air. It's going to be Buru settling under it. And this time he makes no mistake taking the catch. And Alvin Sami has to go skying the ball up in the air. Ruplal strikes with his second delivery. Almost got a wicket off the first delivery off the inside edge. And this time gets his man. 35 off of 36 delivery. Alvin Sami opening the batting on this occasion. The score now 70 for 3. And Ruplal striking, getting his first wicket in his first over off of his second ball. So a good knock from the young man, Sami. He took the challenge to the bowling, had a couple of chances, but kept being positive in his knock. So he finishes the tour on a high note with that skyer. Gone for 35. The new batsman out in the middle, Arthian Veni. Artian Lakshman Prabhu Krishnaveni. He's opened the innings. He's come low down in the middle over in the middle of the innings. He's gotten a couple 50s on the tour thus far. And with the score on 70 for 3, and we in the 13th over, almost to the halfway point of this 30 over affair. We have 12.3 overs. Current run rate 5.6. And the batting to come, the captain Amit Demaraju and Arnav Mishra, two batters who've been in good form throughout the tour, as well as Rahil Shah and of course Siddharth Kotali. I expect that we should see him at some point in the day. And he's off the mark. The Trinidad and Tobago senior team coach, Riyad Emrit, is being joined by none other than Imran Khan. On an excellent catch there from Buru, maintaining his high standards there at extra cover. He got two chances earlier in the day, but this time makes no mistake, and it's the pick of the catches there from the youngster. And he has been known to take quite a number of sharp chances. And what a good catch. Have another look at it here again. A low catch. And we've seen him take some stunners in that position. And the fourth wicket goes down 4 for 71. And Bami Dipati has to go for no score. And it's going to be that man, Rahil Shah. He had a top score of 25 on the tour so far. Got his team out of a bit of difficulty in that game against Powerjet. He's out there in the middle. Yeah, it's Imran Khan, joined by Lendell Simmons, rather, not Riyad Bridges, under the floodlights across at the mid-wicket boundary. Coming to have a look at some of the youngsters, some of the Trinidad and Tobago national under 19 and under 17 players. So we're joined by a whole host of celebrities here at the Avade Samaru Park in Endeavour, Shogunas. None bigger than our own producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas, known throughout the length and breadth of the country, and I dare say across the Caribbean. Oh, it's a sharp chance. Ruplal, low down. The over comes an end. We have a look at it here again. On his follow through, difficult to take. We're just landing in front of him. So we just call it a good stop in the end by the young Presentation College Shogunas leg spinner. And he will be doing battle come the 25th of April against Adiram Saran and Arian Mohammed of Naparima College. But teammates here today, and they are in a strong position, coming back, having gotten the wicket of Sami. And it's 71 for 4, 13 gone. The run rate still 5.5 runs on over. But they've been picking up wickets, and Ruplal in the end of his first over, 2 wickets for 1 run. We've been known to expect nothing less from the young man. It's going to be a bowling change. Riyad Mohammed, his 3 overs for 15 runs. He's out of the attack, so it's going to be Dylan Ramdawa, the Shogunas North secondary youth player. His college is just behind him, south of the ground, in the Launch Park area. So he'll feel pretty much at home on this pitch. He's going to be bowling to Atiant Veni. And Veni himself yet to get off the mark. So both batsmen yet to get off the mark. And he'll do just that here. Veni turning it into the onside. It's going to be a chase around on the boundary. They come for two. And Arian Mohammed does doing the fielding, getting a good sharp throw in. So 2 runs to the total. 73 for 4. So Imran Khan joining us here at the venue, the leg spinner. He's taken close to 500 regional wickets. The man facing up is a leg spinner from the DC Hub team, Atian Veni. And the man dismissed Anish Bamidipati, also a leg spinner with the DC Hub team. So we yet to see Arnab Mishra as well as Siddharth Otali come to the crease. It's going to be a quick single here. Shy at the stumps, not appeal. Looks like Jaden Joseph, they're throwing the stumps down. Not out, says the umpire. So it is Mishra padding up. Second leading run scorer in the tournament so far. Arnab Mishra, the youngster, 15 years of age, from the Washington Cricket Academy. And Siddharth Kothali, who's challenging him for that second spot in terms of runs aggregate on the tour. He is yet to come into bat. Shah it is. Trying to get off the mark. Good bounce and piece here from young Dylan Ramdewa. A good delivery there. Targeting the stumps, trying to breach the defenses of Shah between bat and pad. A little bit of an angled run into the crease past the umpire. Shout going down the leg side. The over comes to an end. 74 for 4. 14 gone. So with the fall of those wickets, the run rate just being reduced. 22 extras in the innings. 18 wides. 4 byes. Yanni. Yeah, I saw you come. I don't know where you're going. Upstairs in the building. Okay. So push down the ground as the new over of Rupalal begins. So he has the amazing figures of 2 wickets for 1 run and has started his second over. So we say good morning to Mr. Andy Gobin joining us here for the cricket. The man in charge of this facility here at the Avide Samaru Park. Player, manager, treasurer, secretary, groundsman, chimney sweeper. Swing and a miss outside of the yacht stump. It's going to be a challenge here for the DC Hub players. Some of them, it's the first time they're playing on the natural turf surface, accustomed to the Astros turf across in Washington. So this one hit up in the air. It is a skyer, and it's going to be settling on the taking a good catch out there. Levi Gani there, the left-hand leg spinner. It was high up in the air. The wind held it up a bit, making it comfortable for him to come around, but was still a good catch coming out of the morning sunshine. And with that fall of that wicket, 75 now for 5, and we're in the 15th over, and Shah goes without scoring. So the umpires indicating that we are going to have a drinks break. So 75 for 5, Alvin Sami leading the scoring with 35, Baron Herman 2, Suryavel Santaligam, he got 9. Bamidipati promoted up the order, he did not score. Artian Veni, he's out there on 5, and Shah, the last batsman, being dismissed for no score. Wesley Jackson is in, the new batter, 22 extras in the innings of 75 for 5. So we'll have a look at the dismissal. High up in the air, you could see him just shoveling and getting under the bat. It's a perfect shot for a sand wedge up in the air and landing safely in the hands of Levi Gani. So with that, it's going to be a drinks break, and we'll take a break here. So back here live, tell you that the score is 75 for 5, and we're in the 15th over, being bowled by Anil Ruplal, and just spoiling his figures somewhat. A wide down the leg side, goes into the boundary for 4. Yes, so the substitute Jordan Bryce replacing Arion Mohammed. Seems to be struggling a little bit with a injury as the coach just looks after him on the boundary's edge. So Bryce is on the field, the left-hander. He is all the way out at the deep cover boundary. Ruplal going to be bowling to Wesley Jackson. And 27 extras now with that wide down the leg side. And 3 wickets to that man, Ruplal. And in thanks to that man there, Brendan Boodoo. It's 5 wickets down, 80 runs on the board as that Anil Ruplal overcomes and then 3 for 7. And the president of the SSCL, of the PowerGen SSCL, just confirming to us that Arian Mohammed It's just getting some attention there on the boundary edge, just being stretched, the hip and the hamstring. And of course, with that intercall finals looming near, we want to have him in tip-top shape. Just notice from the Shogunas North Facebook page, 174 runs versus Caps West. The top score from the current bowler on Dylan Ramdewa. And I was just hesitant to announce that top score from the young man because he bowls the ball down the leg side. An excellent knock from him. 174 top score. So half shot from the all-rounder. So this tour is just twofold, as well as to promote the talent of the secondary schools cricketers from across the country in all of the zones comprising south, southeast, southwest, central, north, and east. Given 3 games on the cards for this DC tour, and potentially the opportunity for just about 40 youngsters or so to show their wares and get noticed. And this is Venny going through the offside down in the vicinity of Mr. Lendell Simmons and Imran Khan, who are joining us here at the venue. So it's an opportunity for the youngsters just to impress some senior Trinidad and Tobago cricketers. And of course, Riyad Emrit, the Trinidad and Tobago senior team coach, played alongside Imran Khan at the Comets venue, where we did see 2 of the games, one with the SSCL boys and one with the SSCL girls being played. So we say good morning to Mr. Debidan Manik, the man in charge of that Aliscon Comets facility. Dean Manik, fondly known as Davy. I just know him as Davy from seeing him around. And it was Uncle Davy a few years ago. It's a man who does everything in the Felicity area, councillor as well, working out of the Shogunas Borough. So speaking of prolific men, Wesley Jackson is the leading run scorer in this year's tour. Had an average of 80 last year as the overcome stand in. 83 for 5 and 16 overs gone. And the extras at 27, we'll just keep an eye on it. It does a couple things. One, it props up the score of the DC Hub team, as well as it lengthens the innings, because those deliveries have to be rebowled. And I believe we do have a cutoff point of around 12 o'clock today for these 30 overs. It's about 2.5 hours being given to the youngsters to get through the overs. Keep an eye on the weather as well. It is a bit overcast as Rupal continues. Speaking of uncertainty, the young man gets onto his front foot Venny to face up against Ruplal, who can get the ball to go both ways off the pitch with his leg spin and googly. He's picked up 3 wickets thus far. And his teammates just taunting the captain there, Brendan Buru, that should have never been a single there. It's going to be another wide delivery, adding to the length of the proceedings as well as lengthening the total. But we do have Riyad Mohammed and Ruplal to bowl their leg, their spins, Jaden Joseph as well, which should help to. It's a single to Jackson as he gets off the mark to backward point. That should help to speed up the over rate with the three spinners. If they do bowl their 5 over allotment, Joseph has already bowled 3, Riyad 3, and Ruplal into his third. And Ghani there at mid-off. He's maintained his position, taking the catch in the last over. Not been sent out a long off just yet. And he's bowled him. That might just be the googly delivery coming in and hitting middle stump of the prolific batsman Wesley Jackson. And that's a very key wicket here in this lineup by Ruplal. And he now has 4 for 11 off of his 3 overs. Incredible bowling figures by the youngster from Presentation College, Shogunas. And Wesley Jackson has to go. And he is going to be followed in by the right-hander Anar Misra. Finished on 76, not out yesterday against Naparima College. He does have another 50 this year against the SSCL South and Southwest and Southeast combined team. So he is going to have to play a very important role here with the score now on 6 for 87. So we have another look at that dismissal there. Just try to pick to see if this was the googly. Just looking at the wrist. No, not quite, but we are going to see it pitch and come back in between bats and pad. Yep. He was dismissed like that off the bowling of UV Cantassing at the Queen's Park Oval against the Queen's Park 11 with that googly delivery, pitching and coming in between bat and pad, and goes here in similar fashion. So it's quite valuable experience here for the youngsters, learning how to adapt to the pitch conditions and just getting that much more turn on these type of surfaces as compared to the AstroTurf, which is their normal pitches, the normal pitches, types of pitches that they are accustomed to. As we see the departure of Mr. Imran Khan and Mr. Lendell Simmons. But they're going to be missing out on that X factor as they're leaving their X1 BMW. It's a good delivery there from Ramdewa outside of the off stump. Shouts of encouragement coming in from the pavilion from his parents. See, all-rounder goes past the outside edge of Venny. So 6 wickets down. There's 12 overs and 5 balls remaining in the innings. So still a long way to go. And another good delivery there. Cutting it down off the inside edge. Called through for the single from Misra. We have Mohammed doing the fielding. And the new batter and our Misra just getting accustomed to conditions, leaving one alone and eventually signaled wide by the umpire. Nicely into the onside. Called through for a quick single. And Mohammed has a good shy at the stumps. He is just one that you might want to be careful taking these quick singles to. So a nab off the mark now. That flick of the wrist we've grown accustomed to from Vinny, even with shots through the offside. Just tools the bat in his hand, fashioning an inside-out shot there. Yeah, it's a shy at the non-striker's end from Budu. There was a call of yes from Vinny at the non-striker's end, and this was played out to Brendan Budu in the covers. And he's come back really well in with his fielding in the last few overs, getting two chances. One a sitter put down, and this time the big batsman Mishra is out bowled. Ramdewa pitching, and he's trying to turn it into the onside. I'm just wondering if it came off the back leg and onto the off stump. But he's going to be out bowled here. And the 7th wicket falls now for 91 runs on the board. And one delivery to come in the 18th overs. We have a close look at it here again. In comes Dylan Ramdewa. Yes, he's trying to flick with that flamingo style flick with the back leg in the air. It comes off the boot of that leg in the air and onto the off stump. So he's going to have to go for one off of 2 deliveries. And the second most prolific run scorer on tour so far. He's gone. The 3rd most prolific run scorer. So we have another look at it. Coming off the back boot and onto the stumps. And he would not have anticipated with the ball angled down the leg side. Thought it might have been going for a right. Tried to work it into the onside. And could only manage to get it onto his stumps. And the 3rd most prolific run scorer, Siddharth Kothali, the wicket-keeper batsman. He's opened in 3 of the games so far, has gotten 250s. So he is coming in at number 9 in the batting order as they give a rotation on this final game to all the batters throughout the tour. And the good news for him is that he's going to have just about 12 overs and 1 delivery to face up to should he stay there till the end of proceedings. And he is joining Venny, who's on strike, who has opened the innings as well, as a shy comes in and knocks the stump out of the ground with the batsman safely home. That man on the field, Jordan Bryce, they're doing the fielding at mid-off, coming on the field for Aryan. He's on the field for Aryan Mohammed, who's just suffering a little bit of maybe a touch of cramp or hamstring strain. So he's off the field. And as we said, with that Intercol final coming up, might just be taking some precaution with him. It gives the opportunity for Bryce, who's been called out by Mr. Nigel Mirage, just to make up the numbers for this game, as it turns out to that man at long off, just calling the additional player up. We've had a couple players who couldn't quite make it, who were called up and couldn't quite make it out today. Faris Ali, he might just be on the list for one of the members of the squads being used and who are currently in training for that West Indies Breakout League. Ruplal continuing on. And this one's in the air. Oh, and it lands just in front of the fielder. Yeah, Bryce out at the cover. Of course, Tali now. He is going to hit it out in the air to that man, Bryce, who comes stumbling in. It lands in front of him and not able to take the opportunity. Bryce it is at deep mid wicket for the left-hander Kothali, with Sachin Nanlal at mid-on. And the chance in the air might have held up in the strong wind coming across the ground. Just dying in front of the man running in, charging in there was Jordan Bryce. So Kothali, he's now on 2. The end of the over, Venny on 14, and it's 95 for 7, and 19 overs gone. So Anil Ruplal, he's bowled 4 of his 5 allotted overs. He is 4 for 15. An economy rate of 3.47, but more importantly, in that wicket column, he's picked up Alvin Sami, who went for 35. Anish Bamidipati for no score. Both caught by Brendan Guru, as well as Rahil Shah, with Ghani picking up a skyer. And Ruplal adding to his wickets there. And finally, the peach of the deliveries, the pick of the lot, getting the prolific run scorer Wesley Jackson out bowled Kogli delivery between bat and pad with his score on 1. So we're going to see Brendan Guru, now the captain, come into the attack. So they're going to be 2 leg spinners on. He works this one in the air down to long on. Looks like Joseph out there in the deep doing the fielding. So Kothali, who's been in the runs on tour so far. But they're going to come for 2 here. And diving in is Kothali. Of any rather. Diving in, coming back for the second run. Takes the score now to 97 for 7. No, it's distracted. Yeah, 2. 2 to win. The first ball was other? Single. So Brendan Boodoo on with his leg spinners. And a half shout. The ball spinning across the right-handed when it goes down all the way to the boundary edge, and good work in the deep by Ruplal to pull it back at the deep third-man boundary. And they get 2. They're going to get a third now from a ricochet off the wicket keeper, it seems, who didn't quite take it cleanly. And runs indicated by the umpires. That one coming off the outside edge, beating the bat of Venny down to third man for 2. And then it goes past the Aaron there at the first slip. And getting an overthrow as well. Have a look at it here. Just comes off the pad of the wicket keeper, and they take the opportunity to sneak another run. So it's going to be Kothali to face up now against the leg spin of Boodoo. And it goes off the face of the bat. It seems to come off the back of the bat, spooning a catch to Levi Ghani, who's just coming around from first slip and takes a skyer. And Ghani, it is in that area close into the bat, with Riyad Mohammed being off the field, is doing some stretches. And another wicket falls. So the 100 coming up with that overthrow, and now the 8th wicket falling, with Kothali goes caught by Levi Ghani off the bowling of Brendan Boodoo for 3. So Boodoo, who picks up his first wicket of his fifth delivery. And the DC Hub team in some trouble here. They're going to have the better part of 10 overs to face. And And they're just going to have 2 wickets. And I'm going to be joined on commentary by the leg spinner Amish Bamidipati. He went for no score today, coming into bat at number 4 position. Welcome, Anish.
Yeah.
So how would you compare this surface here as to the other surfaces that you played across the country?
Uh, it seems like this one is more like friendly towards the bowlers a bit, and it seems to be more grip and a little more turn than the other pitches that we played on.
Yeah, being promoted up the batting order today.
Yeah.
How was that experience?
I mean, I thought I could score some runs, but it was unfortunate today. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the bowler that got you out. He's one of the top leg spinners, just 15 years of age or so, 15, 16 years of age, plays for one of the colleges here. And at the end of the over, 20 gone, 101 for 8. And how was it facing him? Was he getting the ball to drift in? Was there a lot of turn off the pitch?
Uh, I didn't play. I only played it one ball, but when I was at the non-strikers and I was seeing some balls stayed low and some balls were getting good turn. But the ball I got out on was like a low full toss, and I just hit it right to short mid.
Yeah, and it was a good catch as well by the captain, Budu, who also bowled some leg spinner. And being a leg spinner yourself,
Yeah.
you're seeing 2 leg spinners operate out there. And you're just licking your lips perhaps to go out and bowl on this surface as well.
Yeah, hopefully, if I get a chance to bowl today, then yeah.
So with these type of pitches, you usually get some slow turn, but some prodigious turn as well. This pitch was prepared by Stephen Shattuck, who's also a spinner that played for both Comets as well as the Endeavour Club. So he is an expert in preparing these types of pitches that take turn. So you'll get your opportunity to just see if you can impart some spin on there as well.
Yeah.
And you being a taller leg spinner,
Yeah.
do you extract a lot of bounce when you play back home as compared to what you've seen on these pitches so far?
Yeah, usually I get more bounce rather than like sometimes I still get turned, but it's more bounce.
Right, so tell us a little bit as well about your experiences across the length and breadth of Trinidad. You played as far north as West Moorings, all the way down to Penal in the deep south. How do you compare the surfaces across the country?
Most of them are really like dry, flat wickets, but and they're really batter friendly around here. But the competition's like the opposite batsmen like are like really good on these other teams, so they know how to like use the surface and take advantage.
So you have 4 deliveries left in the Rupal over. Why don't you take us through these final 4 deliveries in
All
this
right,
over?
sure. Yeah. Oh, it's a little full ball, but Amit flicked to long on.
Yeah. So the bowler, of course, Anil Ruplal, the leg spinner.
Amit needs a captain's knock here to bring the score up maybe to 150, 160. Oh, dropped. It was a good length ball. I think tries to hit it down the ground, but right to the bowler, and it's dropped.
Tell us what is going through the mind of the batter, Venny, who seems to be quite cross with himself, dropping his bat down.
He seems like he's trying to hit it straight since the mid off is up. He wants to get it past him.
I just see him here, just drop the bat to the ground.
That's well bowled, but a quick single, taken. Oh,
And a bit of hesitation there in the running. And it was the captain, Demaraju, calling him through for the single
Rahil,
as the over comes to an end. 104 for 8. Thank you, Mr. Anish Bamidipati, for joining us on commentary.
all right, thank you.
And he is going to be replaced by a new co-commentator, Mr. Rahil Shah. So how has your tour been? You've been out there with the bat as well with your medium pace. How do you compare the wicket surfaces that you've bowled here as compared to in the Washington area?
So in the Washington area, we have mostly AstroTurf pitches or mat pitches. They're just basically flat, nothing happens. Maybe sometimes you'll get a little bit of spin in the mat pitches, but here, like you'll see a lot more uneven bounce. You'll see on most of the pitches have been relatively flat, but this pitch has a decent amount of turn as well. So it's a lot of a different experience than playing at home at DC.
105 for 8 as we continue on with the Brendan Boodoo over. And a quick single there to Vinny. He's trying to rebuild out there with his captain, the Maraju out there, coming in at number 10 in the order. So he strokes it out to Joseph at long off. So tell us the thinking behind the changing over of the batting order. We've seen you all do it throughout the tour, rotating people coming in at different positions.
I think it's just so we all played a lot, spent a lot of time and energy to come to Trinidad and just give some other people some batting opportunity because essentially most people have gotten bowling and we've gotten batting as well, but mostly at like 7, 8, 9 down. So I think just a bit of a different experience here as it's our last game.
We saw you with your top score for the tournament, 25 in one of the games. Tell us about that knock.
Yeah, so I came in and
Oh, this one
dropped
hit
for
in the air
6.
by the captain Demaraju out to Joseph at long off. He was coming around, seemed to have it quite under his control. It was to his stronger side, his left side, coming around the boundary edge, the wind taking it toward him, and he didn't quite settle under it. He looked quite casual indeed. I thought he was well in control of the catch, but he was on the boundary edge, which meant that if he didn't get it in his hand, it was going to go over the boundary, and that it did, going for 6. And Demaraju taking it to the bowler Buru and trying to work some boundaries, getting a 6. He's lifting it over mid-wicket now as they come for 2. So he is progressing quite rapidly, realizing that it's just 8 overs to go after this, and he wants to maximize the amount of runs that they can post. 115 for 8. Yes, tell us about that knock of 25.
Yeah, I think I came in at number 10 and then the wicket fell after I only played one ball. So me and Ravi Kumar playing for the last wicket, we just wanted to put as many runs on the total. We're only at about like 200 or something like that. And we were just trying to play it out, take singles, nothing risky until the last couple of overs when I hit a couple boundaries and we got further ahead. Uh, in the last over, actually, I got out with 4 balls remaining. I kind of wasted those balls, but I think it was a decent knock. And it brought us up to a defendable total, even though we didn't end up getting anywhere close to defending it. But I think our batting performance that day was not that bad.
Yeah, just trying to pull that scorecard up and give you exactly a little more details in that innings.
Uh, in at number 11, Shoria Banjari will be coming in. He's he's been very eager to bat this tour. He he's very confident in his batting skills. We'll hope to see what he can do today with the bat in hand. He's also taken a couple wickets. His He's taken I think 1 or 2 catches, and his fielding has been okay this tour so far.
They did have a good catch in that game against St. Anthony's.
Captain Damaraju, he's really been a great captain this tour. He showed a lot of authority and confidence in all his players' skills, even though we've been getting belted by Queen's Park, getting belted by Power Gen. Still showing a lot of confidence, and then he gets bowled. But
Yeah, coming in to try and be aggressive here, Ahmed Demaraju. And it was one shot too many. And he's gone bold.
yeah, but Damaraju, very great captain this tour. He's also contributed a lot with the ball and his opening skills. Even though today he came a bit down the order, Damaraju's always provided us a great start opening. And now at number 11, Banjari coming in. Banjari, high score of 30 plus. He's, as I said, very eager to bat. He said he's very confident in his defense and his slogging skills. So let's see what he can do today.
So you've labeled him the Jonty Rhodes of this store, young Vanjari, the left arm seamer.
Yeah, Banjari, Jonty Rhodes, as he was, a very great bowler, but not very known for that. Jonty Rhodes mostly known for his fielding. Banjari's made some incredible stops in the field this tour, although he's had a couple of mishaps with the ball and and in the field. He's had 2 drop catches, but still, overall, he's had a great tour in the field so far.
So, in danger of being bowled out here, the DC Hub team on 116 for 9, and the two persons joining me on commentary contributing to the fact that they may be bowled out before they allotted overs. Both of them not adding to the scorers, being promoted up the batting order. So I'd like to thank Rahil Shah for joining me on commentary, and we'll have joining me as well another player from the DC Hub team, Santa Ligam. He's going to come in. Are you going to do some of wicket keeping today?
Yes, I think I'll be keeping the whole game. You can see Shoria's class from his bat.
So just remind you the score 116 for 9. And you've had a couple good knocks this tour thus far.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
He had 150 that I can recall. It was a very important innings as well.
Shoria covering the stumps, playing it to point, trying to save his wicket as his last.
So Cricket 360 here just affording the opportunity to some of the youngsters to get a bit of be interviewed as well as provide some of the commentary. So the new batter out in the middle.
Good ball there, defended by Shoria.
Yeah. Shuriya Vanjari, the left-arm seamer.
Oh, you can see the class in his defense.
So Adi Rapsaran in his first over, he's already picked up a wicket, and a key wicket at that of the captain. The Marajudi over comes to an end, and 116 for 9, with Vanjari yet to score, and Veni he's on 20, so he's going on quite nicely, but somebody has to stay there with him.
Yeah, I think Atin can carry the innings to I think 140 if Shoria just stays and keeps his wicket. Uh, I feel like we didn't send our proper order today since it was the last game, and we need everyone to feel like they got a chance to bat, so or do something on the field and contribute to the team. So I feel like this is a decent score for the I think like the set order we had in mind.
So tell me a little bit, you've kept wicket in some of the games here, and how do you find the ball is coming off the turf, coming through to the wicket keeper? Is it a bit slow?
Um, I would say, yeah, it's a bit slower than usual, like for my liking, because back home we play AstroTurf or matting. But I feel like I adjusted pretty well, and also the when I'm keeping the Pacers, the ball also comes like really slow. Sometimes it bounces on the ground. It's pretty difficult to keep, but I feel like it's easy to adjust when you're a keeper.
And batting as well, do you find the ball, was it easy to adjust to the pace of the different types of pitches? Because the different pitches across the country would have different pace, different bounce.
Yeah. I feel like over back at home it skates and bounces really like a lot. But here, I feel like it sticks more into the pitch. But some pitches here are also really flat, like the power gen yesterday, power gen pitch. It was pretty flat. It was a batting pitch, and that one stayed on a lot. This one, it was more neutral. It wasn't helping. I don't think it was helping the batsman or the bowler. I feel like it was pretty neutral, but it was still sticking in a bit.
Yeah, definitely the power gen pitch was almost a black turf soil.
Yeah,
So that one
it
is
was
going to
like
play a bit
oh,
different. This one is in the
straight
air,
up.
coming around from the boundary there. They're going to get 2 runs. And Brendan Boodoo into the attack here. We see him creating half chances out there in the middle. He's into his third over. And now the score goes up 120 for 9 in the 24th over. And just 6 overs to come after this. So full toss. Pulls it in the air. There's a man out there, Bryce, in the deep. But just a couple bounces to him out there. So how do you assess the possibility of Banjari sticking out there
Um,
with Venny all the way for the remainder of these last 6 overs?
um, I mean, he's been very confident, and Straight up. But, yeah, I see how everyone's cheering for his runs, but I feel like he's been very confident throughout the tour to bat, as he hasn't gotten very much chances to bat, and he's been very eager, as Rahul Shah said. And I feel like I believe in his abilities to bat through the innings.
So just one ball to come. So we signal the end of 24 overs.
Oh, yeah, I think
Lifted in the air. Just the one run as the over comes to an end. 123 for 9. So I'd just like to thank you for joining me on commentary and wish you a safe flight back home and all the best in the remainder of the game.
thank you.
So just the opportunity to speak to some of the players from the DC Hub team. We did manage to get an interview from the tour director as well during that game at Power Gen. And the end of that Brendan Boodoo over, he now has 1 for 23 off of 3 overs. And it's going to be Adi Ramsaran to continue. He has 1 wicket for 1 run. And the spinners just picking up wickets in their first over. And when he gets on the out of the outside edge, off the outside edge, over slip. So it's been a bit of a scamper in the last couple overs. This one indicating buys by the umpire. Just thought for a second it came off of the outside edge of the bat. And Venny didn't know where it went. The umpire did. It came off the wicket keeper for buys. Yeah, so it's been some streaky scoring. Balls being played in the air, coming off of inside edges, outside edges, some extras as well. Just adding to the total here. And all valuable runs for the DC team as they just have 1 wicket left intact. And Ramsran just going past. Looks like the off stump, but off the outside edge as well. And the extras stand at 31 and buys going up to 6 now. And they're going to get a single here. Oh, there's a unfortunate slip in the outfield. Get the opportunity to come for 2. So there is no farming of the strike. So Venny now on 29. Yeah, the in the front bounce here as well. Just looking at the umpire, just inquiring with his eyes. Did that go for a wide? No, says the umpire. 129 for 5, 125 for 9 in the 25th over. He's advancing down the wicket. Lifts it down to Ruplal at long on. So he will get the strike as the over comes to an end. 126 for 9. Atiyan Lakshman Prabhu Krishna Venny takes his total on to 30 and 30 very valuable runs indeed. And himself and Alvin Sami, the 2 main contributors for the innings. Sami with 35 opening the batting at the top of the order. And it's going to be another bowling change, yet another leg spinner in that man. We've seen him before on this tour, Mr. Levi Gani from Presentation College, San Fernando. And he's going to have the ball in hand, trying to prize out the final wicket. We've seen the spinners come on and take a wicket in their first over, starting with Ruplal, then Boodoo, then Ramsaran. Mohammed had the opportunity to get a wicket in his first over on 2 occasions. It was not to be. Catches being put down off of his bowling. So it's going to be Ghani here. Off the outside edge, cut away. And Rupal quite expertly moves to his left at backward point, picking up on a throw, reading the spin off the grass. That one cut off the outside edge and getting a good throw in alongside the stumps. And there are a couple fielders in this lineup. You might just want to be careful taking quick singles too. It's a good looking shot here when he takes off for a single and a shy at the non-striker's end as he was charging in. He would have done quite well to get there before the throw hit the stumps, and that is one of the fielders you might want to think twice about taking quick singles to, Brendan Boodoo. Anil Rupal as well, very nimble in the field. And this one's a good looking shot here. Hoisted into the onside against the breeze in the air, sweeping across the line of the leg spin, but getting enough bat onto it, depositing it behind square and into the boundary for 4. Have a look at it here again. It's a full delivery there and helping himself. So Venny moves on to 35, tied with the top scorer. And he's slapping this one over the head of the bowler in the air. He has no hesitancy in putting the ball in the air over the infield. So he's exposed just for a couple deliveries. Shorai Venjari is going to face up for the first time, Tagani. Well played by the young man. Oh, it's a shout for out, yeah. And he gave him 2 deliveries to survive. And it was not to be as he falls in the second delivery of 2. So Shorai Venjari, he's going to be out LBW. And again, another spinner taking a wicket in his first over. I was just wondering if Venny would have just farmed the strike a bit more. But he's given 2 deliveries for him to face Venjari. And we have another look at that dismissal. He's going onto the back foot, struck on the front pad, and not a difficult decision for the umpire. So the inning comes to an end 133 all out, a current run rate of 5.12. And Alvin Sami at the top of the order opening today, 35 to him. Baron Herman, 2 runs at the top of the order. Suryavel Santaligam, 11 off of 29. Bami Dipati didn't trouble the scorers. The not-out man, Ati Venny, not out on 46 off of 40. Rahil Shah, no score. Wesley Jackson bowled by a peach of a delivery for 1 by Anil Rupal. Anab Mishra, he was bowled by Ramdewa for 1. Sadat Kotali, he made 3. Amit Kamaraju, the captain, dropping himself all the way down to number 10 in the batting order. And he was bowled by Adi Ramsaran for 10. And the last man falling, Venjari, out for 3. The extra is 31 with 25 wides and 6 byes. And the bowling figures, just 3 overs from Arian Mohammed, came off the field with an injury, conceding 27 runs. Jaden Joseph, 1 for 11 off 3. Andy Adar, 1 for 13 off of 3. Riyad Mohammed, unfortunate for him not to get a wicket. 2 drop catches, none for 15. Anil Rupal was the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 18 from his 5 overs. He was the only bowler to bowl his full allotment. And why not from the young man? 4 wickets to him. 1 for 10 off of 3 for Dylan Ramdewa and Brendan Boodoo, the captain. 3 overs, 1 for 23. And the other 2 spinners taking a wicket in their first over, 1 for 3 off of 2 from Adi Ramsaran. And Levi Ghani, 1 for 7, closing the innings in his only over of the innings. So with the luncheon interval here now and the break in the change of innings of this 30 over affair, and the DC Hub boys being bowled out in their 26th over. In 26 overs, in fact, 133 all out. So we'll take a break here, resume after about 25 minutes or so with the innings of the secondary schools Power Gen team Central and South combined. We'll take a break. Welcome back here to the Avide Samaru Park. It's going to be the first ball to be delivered by Ravi Kumar to the opening batter taking strike, Captain Brendan Budu, and his batting partner, the non-striker and the familiar man at the crease, opening the batting, Riyad Mohammed. So the SSCL Central and South combined team, they have to chase 134 runs for victory in this 30-over affair. And Bala Ravi Kumar picks it up from the southern end to bowl his away swingers with the assistance of the wind coming across the ground from east to west over his right shoulder. And be taking that ball away from the outside edge of Brendan Budu. But he'll be looking to snag the edge. And there is one slip in place for that in the man Venny, and wicket keeping behind the stumps. A good delivery there, just pushing short of a length, coming high up off the bat. Taking the gloves today, Suryaval Santalingam. So Siddharth Kothali, he is out at deep mid-wicket today. And one slip in that of Venny and a short third man in that of Vanjari. And this one opening the face, Guru using the angle of the delivery, the away swing from Ravi Kumar and expertly placing it between Mishra at point and Shah at cover, opening the face, guiding it through, timing it quite well, and the first boundary to the innings, 4 without loss, and the first boundary going to Brendan Budu. So 130 posted by the DC boys, a top score of 36 from Athian Venny. He's in first slip with the left-hander Riyad Mohammed coming into strike. And Alvin Sami contributing 35 at the top of the order. And 31 extras in that total of 133. And the main wicket taker 4 for 18, Anil Ruplal. And just starting their reply, 5 for no loss after the first over. Just one delivery to come in the over. Rather, the left-hander is on strike now. And he gets off the mark, pushing to Jackson at mid of the end of the over. Finally comes to an end, and it's 6 without loss. And both batters now off the mark. So we've seen a number of bowlers take the new ball from the opposite end. Ravi Kumar has been stationed with the new ball every game thus far, but we've seen a mix of Alvin Sami with his off spinners, as well as Vanjari, who seems to be, Vanjari it is, the left-hand seamer. He's going to be opening the bowling. He's opened the bowling in 3 of the games. So they've mixed it up with Sami opening the bowling at one point, and Shah as well. So Vanjari it is. He's going to bowl from the northern end. The left-hander is going to try to get the ball to move away from the left-hander Riyad Mohammed, with the wind coming across his left shoulder and assisting in any movement that he might want to get. And he is going to have one slip, a third man, backward point cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and the mid wicket with a deep mid wicket. The second man outside of the ring in the power play. And a good looking drive here down to Jackson again. This time not opting to take the single. So Vanjari's had a mixed bag with the ball on this tour. He does get the ball to swing in the air and get it to move off the pitch. In a couple of the games, he just struggled with his line and length, carrying a little bit of a shoulder strain at times. This is the last game of the tour, so he want to give his all here in this final game. Yeah, and it's a half shot through to the wicket keeper, beating him with that ball, swinging across the left-hand back of Riyad Mohammed, the opening batsman for Victoria and the presentation college San Fernando. He's much experienced at the top of the order, so he'll be very familiar with the moving ball. He's driving again, this time past the man Hillman at cover. And it's going into the boundary for 4. So both batsmen now on 5. It's a very charismatic groundsman. This offers a bit of advice to Rahil Shah on the boundary edge. All this ground here was cows used to come for grazing. And flashing outside the off. So he gets a lot of bat onto it to Misra at point. So this opening pair would traditionally be the opening pair in the T20s. And it's going to be another boundary. And he might as well save his legs and allow the groundsman to do the fielding on the boundary edge. Shah. And it seems to be pretty much. Oh, he does bowl it into Shah there, the groundsman. It's pretty much a 3-man affair from the hands of Vanjari off the bat of Riyad Mehmet to the groundsman on the boundary edge. And that has been it for the latter part of the over. Comes to an end 14 without loss after 2. And Mohammed on to 9 now. And Vanjari just bowling a tad bit too wide. And the ball going away from the left-handed Riyad Emirates, using the angle of the delivery, swinging away from him to pierce the gap past Hillman at cover. So Bala is going to continue. Worked into the onside. It's going to go very close to the boundary edge. Slowing up, but it's going to get there as Kotali comes around from deep mid-wicket. He's not going to be able to haul it in. Using the angle of delivery, using the pace of the bowler Ravi Kumar, and tucking it around the corner behind square for 4. Takes him on to 9. Both batters on to 9 now. And the familiar opening pair would want to bat long into the innings and take this very close to the end, if not to the end. It's another cover drive. It's a protection now in the deep. Shah is out there sweeping on the boundary. Restricts the batters for 2. And in the previous over, Budu getting 4 for a similar shot. And now the fielders out in the deep square, either side of the boundary. So that favorite cover drive of Budu is going to have to do quite well to get past the man at cover, although he is hitting down the slope and with the wind in his favor. This time could only find Herman there at extra cover, the energetic Farron Herman. He's been pretty much the inspiration and the vocals out in the middle during the tour. May not have contributed much with the bat, but he's definitely contributed in the field, saving runs, lending vocal support to the bowlers and the fielders out there. And Bala pulls a short delivery. Can't get past the captain, De Maraju, there at mid-wicket. So Ravi Kumar has pretty much a good tour, very consistent in his line and lengths. Managed to pick up a few wickets along the way. Yeah, there is that man Shah again to do the fielding. I'll wait until I get on this screen. Whenever you get on this screen, they will talk about it. It's still there, man. Change also. And so the end of the over. Just one ball in it to face for Mohammed. It would have been a different prospect. 21 without loss. With Ravi Kumar bowling from that southern end, you would have tried to start that delivery just fractionally outside of the off stump to get it to come back into the left-hand batter, Riyad Mohammed. Negotiated quite well. And a dot ball in the end. The current run rate stands at 7. So 21 gone after 3. So Manjari it is who will continue. So a mixed bag in the first over. He started pretty okay, but then suffered a couple boundaries through the offside. So he's going to have a change up. He's going to go left arm around the wicket, bowling to Buru for the first time. The right-handed Trinidad and Tobago under 19 captain. He's gotten an edge outside the off stump. It's gone past slip and into the boundary for 4. Diving away was Venny, flirting at a wide delivery outside of the off stump and gets 4 runs. Just have a look at it to see if it went to hand or all along the ground. It's in the air, more in the area of a second slip. So you have to say it was expertly placed, knowing that the first slip is there, but just guiding it past the first slip and him rehearsing the shot there. So you could tell that he was a bit uneasy for a fraction of a second. There is no third man. So the shot is on. A line more on the middle stump this time. So the 15-year-old youngster gaining a lot of experience on this tour, bowling at top quality opposition and learning that you can't be off a fraction of a length against the better batters. This time on the pads as well and bowling either side of the wicket now. It's going to be a long chase for Shah. Seemed to take the long way around, anticipating that it would have been a very fast outfield. But in the end, it's Ravi Kumar from square leg who cuts it off ahead of Shah. And three runs there. So excellent running from the pair. So he's going to be back, left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Let's just wait for Shah to go straighter to deep extra cover. Yeah, and they're adjusting him into the field to deep extra cover. But Riyad Mohammed this time picking the gap between extra cover and mid-off and into the boundary for 4. So he's either side of that man, Parin Herman there at cover, beating him twice in the last over, and now picking the gap between mid-off and extra cover, going straighter down the ground. So Vanjari in a bit of the wars here, and again he's adjusting Shah on the sweeper boundary, asking him to come a tad bit straighter. And I think the better idea would be to put the long off in place as well. And we are in the power play. Yeah, Jackson is going to come into the circle from long off. Thought for a moment he might have remained there, with Mohammed being very prolific on the offside, particularly to the left-hander, bowling in and around his off stump, outside the off stump. Yeah, and it's going to be another boundary, this time going in the air past Suman. He did not have a chance there. It was struck very powerful indeed. And had the long off been in place, it would have been an easy single, but opting to keep the man at deep mid-wicket for balls consistently bowled outside of the off stump, and is going to be punished for another boundary. And eventually the change is made now with Kothali coming into square leg, and Wesley Jackson, he's going to drop to long off. And as a matter of fact, they're going to use just 2 on the onside now. And they're going to have Jackson go around to a wide long off and put a straight mid-off in position as well. So they're backing the offside field. And you need a bowler to oblige here, not bowl one on the pads. Have we seen quite too often at times at the youth level. The wicketkeeper is going to come up to the stumps as well. So Santalingam is up to the stumps. And all of this done with just 1 ball left in the over. In anticipation, with 3 fielding changes for this final delivery. And this one just pushed wider outside the off stump, coming off the bottom edge of the bat. Not quite timed to Mohammed's liking. The end of the over, 4 gone 36 without loss. And the current run rate stands at 9 runs and over, with Budu on 19 and Riyad Mohammed on 17. Just remind you, this is the final game of the tour for the boys under 19 team, taking on their 3rd SSCL combined team. And PowerGen, in collaboration with the DC Hub, sponsoring this tour. Ravi Kumar is to continue. He's going to go around the wicket. Decides to stick to around the wicket for Budu as well. And there is going to be some changes in the onside. They are just straight on the onside. So it's a packed offside field again. So it might just be going across the right-hand batter. There's a short third man, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover, and mid-off on the offside. And a mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square leg on the on. Yeah. Not surprisingly, he bowls one on the pads. to find that man in the a deep square leg. Luckily, he gets away with just a single. It's going to be another change to the field now. And the short third man is a left-hander on strike. So the short third man remains, but it's played out to Misra and a quick single to him at mid-on. So padded up to come is the presentation opening batsman, presentation college Shogunas, Jaden Joseph. Caress through the offside. It's going to beat mid-off. Is running close to the boundary edge. Mishra is going to give chase. A tumbling effort, but it's going to be 4 runs. It beats him into the boundary down the slope. And 4 runs to Budu. Just leaning on that ball pitched outside of the off stump and finding the gap and timing it to perfection for 4. He goes on to 24 over 15 deliveries. Have a good look at that full delivery from around the wicket by Ravi Kumar. Just guided through the gap. So they're making light work of this total so far, going over 9 runs and over as they approach the 50 mark. 42 without loss. Yeah, and he's angled into the pads. I'm going to get another single down to deep backward square. It's going to be the left-hander, Mohammed, on to strike. The field is going to change over. On the outside edge goes to Vanjari. They're going to get a single. Vanjari stationed at that third man I was mentioning inside the ring. Off the edge, all along the ground. There's going to be some work for Jackson at mid-on. Tumbling away to retrieve. Easy single. Budu lifting that back leg to try and get some oomph into the shot. Forcing it past mid-wicket. So a bit of a delay here at the start of the 6th over. The wicketkeeper is going to be up to the stumps. There is a first slip in that of Misra. And the captain, Amit Demaraj, is going to come into the attack, the off spinner. And it's going to be a 5-4 field. So the captain taking the responsibility, not for the first time. We've seen him open the bowling on one occasion. Yeah, they are going to get the single. He was just shadowing the delivery, but couldn't cut it off of his own bowling. So there is a long off, a long on the boundary. The long off just dropping back. The long off is coming in now for the left-hander, and the cover is going to come into the ring. So the two deep are on the onside. It's cut in the air over Bamidipati at cover and into the boundary for 4. And really dealing in boundaries here, the pair, it's their 9th boundary of the innings as they inch closer to 50. Have a look at that shot. They're going inside out in the air, over cover. That in fact is the 50 with that boundary. 9 boundaries in the innings, 27 to Brendan Boodoo and 23 now to Riyad Mohammed. It's a better line delivery here. Tad bit faster through the air as well. And he'd want to be on or about middle and off. When he's doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. Just want to have a tight control along that middle stump line as the over comes to an end. 1 boundary in the over. And the total 50. For no loss after 60. After 6 overs, and just pointing out as well, Mr. Abbas giving us the added information as he is doing the scoring on the Crick Heroes app and indicating to us there have been no extras in the innings thus far. In stark contrast to the 31 contributed by the SSCL team in that total of 133. So the batters only managing just about 100 runs off the bat. And Amish, our co-commenter, Amit Bamidipati, the leg spinner, he's going to come on now, replacing Ravi Kumar, who bowled just the 3 overs from the opener. And still in the power play. The tall Anil Kumble looking like leg spinner comes into the attack. It's a full toss. And it's going to be put away for 4 on the onside. Hammered past mid-wicket. All the way for 4. So continuing to deal in boundaries here. The pair this time, Boodoo. Full toss to start with. And just slapping it past mid-wicket. In between the gap of Jackson and Demaraju there at mid-wicket for 4. On a much better delivery this time. Replying with a full delivery pitch on the crease. And just stamping it out there, Boodoo. And trying to build some pressure after the horse has bolted is Bamidipati. Already conceding a boundary in the over. Yeah, this is going to be another boundary here. Badly pitched on the line of the leg stump. Oh, it's a good save in the deep there by Kothali. That had 4 written all over it, but it's going up the hill a bit there at deep square leg on the eastern side of the ground. And a little bit of thicker grass out there as well, affording him the opportunity to come around and make the stop. Okay, that is in the direction where the cows have been grazing, indicating that the grass is higher for the meanwhile across there. Oh, it's a loud appeal and given out by the umpire, playing outside the off stump and getting a fine edge through to the wicket keeper. And Anish Bamidipati he's striking in his first over as the pattern of wickets tumbling in the first over of a spinner. And 1 for 5 now. And the first wicket falls with the score on 51 in the 7th over. So young Bryce from Hillview College making his way out to the middle. The left-hand batter. So Riyad Mohammed going for 23 off of 18 deliveries, 5 fours to him. He makes his way up into the pavilion. Yeah, having a bit of a stretch in the outfield, Riyad Mohammed, when he was in the field. And just the 3 overs for him, none for 15. Had a couple catches dropped off of him off his first over. And Bamidipati following the trend today of getting a wicket by the spinners in their first over. And the new batter, Bryce, just the one delivery to come. End of the over. The first wicket falling with 55 runs on the board and 7 overs gone. So the bowlers used so far, Baladitya Ravi Kumar, none for 22 off of 3. Shorai Vanjari, the left-hander, 2 overs for 23 runs. And Riyad Mohammed was particularly savage on him through the offside. And the 2 spinners on now, the captain Demaraju, just the 1 over from him and the 1 over from Bamidipati. 5 runs conceded each. And the first wicket of the innings falling to the leg spinner. So Ahmed Dharmaraju is going to be bowling his second over to the captain Budu. And with the fall of that first wicket, I want to try and get another quick wicket. Sometimes 1 follows 2. Oh, and it takes an outside edge past the wicket keeper. He's going to go close to the boundary and just pulled back inside by Mishra. To a couple of runs to Budu. Solid in defense. They're looking to bowl a tighter over here is Demaraju. Short and cut. Just a 1 run. Loud appeal. And the umpire agrees and gives it out. Struck in front, playing off the back foot. And Demaraju in his second over picking up the wicket of Bryce. And the second wicket falling now. Have another look at it there, striking him on the back foot on the top of the pad. He was crunching back, and the umpire judging that it would have hit the top of middle and off, and agreeing with the decision. So the score 58 for 2 now. 8 overs gone. No extras in the innings. And that Amit Damaraju just 3 runs in the over. Umpires indicating the end of the power play as well. After 8. And the new batter, Jadon Joseph, Presentation College Shogunas, Central under 17 and under 19 player. Spin of Bami Dipati, the leg spinner to continue. A good take there from the wicket keeper and an appeal as well. Not out, says the umpire. It's a good work there by Santaligan behind the stumps, taking over from Kothali. Driving, and he's going to beat mid-off, and he's going to beat Herman on the sweeper boundary, and another boundary there. Have a look at that shot there again. Jane Joseph. Bringing up his first boundary and the 11th boundary of the innings. And the first extra as well of the innings in this over. 64 for 2. And Vinny attacking it. They're going to have a shy at the non-striker's end. Quick single. Score moves on to 65. The end of that Bami Dipati over. 1 for 12. They have a close look at that tight single again. Joseph calling as he hit it. And good fielding there from Vinny. Even better camera work Yeah, he was well in. 65 for 2. 9 overs gone. Done and dusted with the power play. Very good. So Buru on to 37. Gonna get another easy run here. Joseph. Full toss. And a good stop there by Bami Dipati. Low down to his right. And he'd be disappointed there. Buddha full delivery. Couldn't quite take advantage of. 10 overs gone. 68 for 2. And Buru on 37. Riyad Mohammed, second man out on 23. And Jordan Bryce for no score. And the wickets falling to Bami Dipati and Demaraju. And Jaden Joseph, the not out batsman, on 7 out of 8 deliveries. So one wide in the 10 overs thus far. So you're going to see a substitution on the field as well as Shurai Banjari. He makes his way off, the opening bowler. And he's going to replace by the opening batsman in this game, Alvin Sami. But he's coming on to bowl some of his off spinners as well. He has opened the bowling in place of Banjari bowling his off spin. On a stumping chance here, and he's gone. So Bami Dipati coming on, getting Joseph. His head was up in the air, trying to play to a ball that was dipping on him. It dipped under the bat, and quick work by the wicketkeeper Santaligam there to effect that stumping. Good work there from the young wicketkeeper. Keeping for the third time on the tour. We'll have a good look at it here again. Yeah, and just lost all shape with that one. And quick stumping there. Very disappointed in himself. Suckered into that, what he thought was a full delivery. And it's just dipping there, and a good delivery from Bami Dipati. He picks up his first wicket. So the 3 wickets falling to the 2 spinners. 1 for 11 for Demaraju, and now 2 wickets to Bami Dipati for 12 runs in his first over. So the new batsman making his way out into the middle. Another Prayers Sando boy, Matthias Mahabir, the wicketkeeper. He would have featured in that Powergen Intercol semi-finals for Presentation College against Presentation College, Sando and Shogunas respectively. Wicket falling off the first ball in the over. And the new batsman, Matthias Mahabir. So a loud appeal here for LBW, but angle down the leg side, not out, says the umpire. So building a bit of pressure here now as the third wicket has fallen in this over, and a couple dot deliveries. Building whatever pressure they can in the 11th over. End of the over. 68 for 3 after 11. And the run rate now with that wicket maiden from Bami Dipati just dropping all the way down to 6.1. It was over 9 runs and over when Budu and Riyad Mohammed were at the crease. And with the fall of those wickets as inevitably occurs, the run rate just dropping and still very healthy as the score is 68, just past the halfway point in terms of run chasing 134 for victory. The captain, Damaraju, is going to continue here as the two have put a bit of a stranglehold on the scoring. So 3 overs apiece from the two spinners and just 22 runs conceded. And more importantly, 3 wickets to their tally. On it's an opportunity as first slip and put down on a third attempt by Mishra. It came to him very quickly indeed, cut into his hands by Buru. And we've seen his propensity to play that shot previously and cutting it this time into the hands of Mishra at first slip. He had 2 bites of the cherry. And quite a comfortable height, it has to be said. A second grab and almost a third. And gone to ground, and had that wicket there fallen, it would have been 4 for 68. And more pressure to be built. And the wicket of the captain as well, who is on 37 off of 33 deliveries. So he's off strike with a single off the last delivery. And a chance to him. And it comes off the outside edge, throwing the bat at it outside of the off stump for the off spinner. And is going to go close to the boundary edge. Looks like Otali doing the chase. They're going to come back for 2. Just 3 runs in the over. And a dot ball to finish. So a good over there from Demaraju, picking up or getting a chance in that over after they picked up a wicket in the previous over. And had that catch been taken, might have just changed the course of the innings after having gone past half the number of runs required. And a current run rate of 5.92, the run rate continues to go down. I just wonder if we might see a bowling change here with the 3 overs. Yeah, we are going to see that bowling change now. So after having taken the wicket, he's taken out of the attack. And he was quite miserly. And between the two spinners, just conceding 26 runs in 7 overs. Rahil Shah coming into the attack, the medium pacer. He's going to bowl right arm over the wicket to Budu. Of course, they do have the option of bowling Venny as well with his leg spin. Oh, but now they can't prevent the second run. And pretty much a loosener there from Shah outside of the off stump. So Budu takes his total on to 38 with that 2 runs. 40, yeah, with that 2 runs. Oh, a good delivery here from Shah. So Yorker delivery just to keep the batsman honest. We have seen him at times, the captain Buru, not quite take his team home when he was batting for a couple games in the middle order. He want to get the he has the opportunity to do it here and see the game through to the end and finish with a good score as well. And is one of the aspects of his game. Huge potential here, the Trinidad and Tobago player, just to try and see through games with the bat and take it all the way to the end. Driving in the air, through the covers for 4. So another boundary to him here. He goes up to 44, approaching a 50 now. So 77 for 3 as we have a look at this shot there. Shah lifting it inside out in the air, over cover for 4. I was just wondering why taking the leg spinner who was keeping things quite tight down on that southern end. They've been scoring very freely against the medium pacers. And as you could see with that delivery, and again with a ball pushed back down the ground, it'll go close to the boundary. And Venny diving away at long off manages to make the stop. He started off at wide long off. He chased that boundary ball previously. Yeah, and already 6 runs in this Shah over, releasing all of that pressure that was built by Bami Dipati. Inside edge onto the path, not out, says the umpires. The over comes to an end. 13 gone, 78 for 3.
High. 78 to 3 after 13. 56 needed in 102. One more. Thank you. Jonah. Bubbles. Sorry. Rajasthan playing the 14-year-old today. Suryavanshi. Man on 27 off 17 with 2 fours and 2 6. That's 75 without loss. Takes it to 81.
So a brief break there as the batsman grabs some water. We've had an overcast day. The sun has been in and out behind some overcast clouds. And it's going to be a bowling change here. Veni is into the attack. Artivan Likshman Prabhu Krishna Veni, the leg spinner.
Well, you look at we can buy it. What's your buying price next?
Playing a miss outside the off stump. A wild shot there. He has just 2 runs off of 11 deliveries. Just feeling a bit of pressure to score. So with that over number 14 coming to an end, 81 for 3. And Captain Buru is going to face up. He's on 48 not out, approaching 50. The captain. And it's going to be Rahil Shah to continue. His first over going for 7 runs. Struck for 1 boundary. 3 offside.
Raise it? Yeah, raise it. Okay, right. Let's not try though.
So all eyes on the captain now. Good stop by Herman there at cover. tugged into the onside. They're just gonna get a single. Mishra is out there. So it's been a bit of a struggle for young Matthias Mahabir. He's on 2 off of 13. Trying to score. Might just want to just rotate the strike. Give it back to his captain at the opposite end on 49. And I help me ball. Oh, it's short and he gets away with it. Oh, a bit of a fumble there at square leg. So here we go again. Voodoo on 49. Firm in defense as Sermon cuts it off. That's going to be his 50. Played out to the offside. 50 not out of a 44 deliveries with 8 fours and some good shots through the offside. The over comes to an end. 15 overs gone. Halfway through the overs, we are 84 for 3 with Brendan Boodoo not out on 50. Riyad Mohammed, the man to go on 20 for 23. Bryce for no score. Joseph for 7. And Matthias Mahabir, he is out there with the captain not out on 3. And the current run rate stands at 5.16 with 1 extra. The umpires call for a drinks break, and we'll take a break here as well. So back here after the drinks break, 15 overs gone, 84 for 3. And just a bit of a change here. The captain getting to his 50, just retiring hurt. Not quite in the best. He's feeling a little bit unwell and just retired hurt. He might come back out in the middle if necessary. The new man out there replacing him is Levi Gani. As Venny it is to continue. So Artie Venny is going to be bowling now to the new man Gani. Just might create a bit of a window here with Buru just retiring out after 50, retiring hurt after 50. And the spinners have really been more economical than the seamers. And with the new man, just might want to think about putting a slip in place for the leg spinner. Because if they continue along at this run rate, it'll be easy pickings. So they're going to have to be a little more aggressive and try and take some wickets. An opportunity here with Mahabir, who's been struggling a little bit against the spin. And now the new man Gani out there in the middle might just create a window of opportunity. Try and take another wicket and build some more pressure. And with the ball going past the outside edge of Mahabir, that first slip is just looking more and more of a requirement. Good work by the wicketkeeper Santaligam, just picking the bails a couple times. Oh yeah, it's a get out of jail free card here, played by Mahabir down the leg side. And just works it away, relieves whatever little pressure was being built in that over. 16 gone and 87 for 3.
87 after Wicket.
And just to give you an update for those of you looking on in that IPL game against Lucknow Super Giants Rajasthan Royals are 98 for 2. And Jaiswal still out there on 54. And the batsman out, Suryavanshi, the young 14-year-old left-hand batsman, been out stumped off of Makran for 34. He hit 2 4s and 3 6s with a strike rate of 170, the young lad. 30 runs off of 20 deliveries. So he's gone stumped by Pant off the bowling of Makram. And the second wicket down, Nitish Rana gone for 8. So Rian, Parag and Jaiswal still out there in the middle. As Shah continues out here in the middle. Bowling Tagani. So Rajasthan Royals needing another 83 runs off of 56 deliveries. 10 overs gone in that game. And of course, you cannot mention Lucknow Super Giants without the name Puran ringing a bell. He went for 11. Makram 66. And Badoni scoring a 50 in that game. 180 for 5 in their 20 overs. And he hit a 6 off of the first ball he faced. The young lad, have you ever heard of such a thing, Zahir Abbas? First delivery at 14 years of age, hit for 6. Like to see who the bowler was who has that unsanitary record now against his name. And the bowler was Avish. Avish Khan was a feature in the Indian T20 lineup a couple years ago. Been smashed back over his head for 6 of his first deliveries by the youngster. It's the youngster Shah here. Bowling to Ghani, rising with the delivery. Herman comes around. Almost acrobatically threatens to throw the stumps down. And it's cut past third man. They're going to go into the boundary. Sammy is giving chase. He's not going to get there. It's a fast outfield, as the DC Hub players have discovered across here in Trinidad, that anything beating the 30-yard circle is going to go very quickly to the boundary edge. And even if you're at that boundary edge, as we look at that shot again there, cut away past Sammy. Once it gets past you in that inner ring, it's going to go to 4 for 4. So 91 for 3. And 17 overs gone now, and Ghani takes his total on to 5. And reminding you, Budu was retired hurt on 50. And the man out there in the middle is Matthias Mahabir. The wicketkeeper is there with the leg spinner Ghani. And essentially, for the moment, 4 wickets down. And it's Veni going to continue on the leg spinner to bowl his 3rd over. So 4 fielders out in the deep. Just 7 runs conceded so far into his 3rd over, Veni. And he's been keeping things fairly quiet on that end. He's been keeping it very quiet. And a leave alone. The first we've seen of the day outside of the off stump. There is the option of Alvin Sami to come into the attack with his off-spin bowling. The captain, Demaraju, didn't do too badly either. 1 for 14 off of his 4 overs. And with just about 12 overs to go, might just consider Damaraju having 1 over left, 2 from Bami Dipati. And Veni, as his 3rd over comes to an end, 92 for 3. Just to get 5 overs from the spinners in the last 12 overs from those 3. And there's the option of Sami as well. So you can't just bowl out your spinners. the allotment. And between Sami and Ravi Kumar, just finish the innings off. If it does go to the 30th over, but it's sure to continue. See another fielding change as Kothali comes off the field for DC, with Sami coming onto the field. And they call for a single, 2 mid-off and a shy at the stumps. So the opportunity to put some additional pressure on the running between the wickets and not able to hit the stumps might have just been a close call. Slower delivery here. An appeal for caught behind. Half shout for... Well, the wicketkeeper didn't break the stumps, so there was no option of it being out stumped. And a good slower delivery there from Shah. And apparently going past the outside edge, as indicated by the umpire. We'll have a close look at it here again. It didn't seem to get anything onto that. Might have quicker taken the bail off and looked for a stumping, as that back foot rose in the air with him stretching forward, drawn into the shot. Oh, he's getting some bat onto this one now. A good stop there by Vanjari, the Jonty Rhodes of the team. Does the fielding, running around the short fine leg. Limits them to 1. So the score up to 94 for 3. Another slow delivery here from Shah. So perhaps just emphasizing our point that the spinners have been bowling quite well and reducing the score. We've seen a couple of spin deliveries delivered by Shah's slower balls in his spell. So good thinking from the youngster, recognizing that it's more difficult to play the slower type deliveries on this pitch. Finishing his 4th over, 16 runs and 95 for 3. 19 overs gone. So another 38 runs. To get to that DC total. And Venny is going to continue on. He's been bowling quite well. 3 overs, just 8 runs conceded so far. And still no slip in place for him. Yes, we're going to see a slip now. Been asking for it an over or 2 ago. And with Mahabir on strike, we do get that slip. It's been going past the outside edge of his. And they're going to bring in the cover, just a fraction of the boundary. But he's almost down the wicket delivery. Might have been ill advised if he had done so, because Venny just dragged his leg back and saw him backtracking into his crease to play it off the front foot. Yeah, being given no pace here to work with by Venny. pulled to mid-on. And they're going to take off for a run. A chance for a run out here. And the throw is wide. Sammy coming around to his left. And was a tad bit slow to move. Not aware that the run was being taken. And could have had the opportunity to effect a run out. And we see it here. Trying to pull it. Not timing it whatsoever. Coming off the lower portion on the bat. And the throw was just wide. And had that been on target, might have just been curtains for Mahabir. So the handbrakes has been pulled here by the DC Hub team. The scoring is just subsiding. And the current run rate now dropping under 5 runs and over. And he goes and it's going to be a boundary. Gets past Shah at mid-off. And just to break the shackles of the dot deliveries, hits one past the inner ring for 4.
That's the 100 up, guys.
I'll have a look at it here. Just going, taking the chance there, Levi Ghani. He was sent in to do a job and he gets the total past 100 now with that boundary. 100 for 3. And a very important boundary there in the innings. As some pressure was building off of Venny. He's gone for 8 runs in his third over, into his 4th over. And he brought a slip in place in anticipation that he might get a chance. Built some pressure, had the batsman guessing, but when the single was taken and Ghani got on to strike, he put one down the ground to the boundary edge, and it brings the coach of the DC Hub team to the boundary edge, just to offer a bit of change in strategy as they approach the last 10 overs of the innings. So the run rate exactly 5 runs and over as the 100 comes up in that over off of 20 overs. And it looks like we're going to have a bowling change and Shah coming out of the attack. So he bowled a good last over with a couple slower deliveries and has 4 overs for 16. We saw Bami Dipati take a wicket and he was taken out of the attack. And now Shah built some pressure. He'll be taken out of the attack. And it's going to be Anar Mishra. He didn't get off today with the bat. On the heels of a 76 not out yesterday against Naparima College. And now he is going to bowl against the Prayers Sando wicketkeeper as Jackson drops out to the long on boundary. So there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. And I ring the fielders on the offside. No one out in the deep. And they're going to chance for another run out here. And a shy at the stumps. And it's going to go for some overthrows. Now the batsman was nowhere in the frame when that throw was coming in. Might have thought just to throw it to the bowler and let the bowler effect the run out. Opting instead to have a shy at the stumps. It goes past the stump. Down to deep backward square where they come through for a second run. So an opportunity there for a run out. Opportunity not taken. In the air. And Venny does the catching. And the wicket of Matthias Mahabir does fall now. He is gone for 10 off of 26 deliveries. Coming back for that second run on the overthrow. Getting the strike. And the man coming on yet again. A spinner coming on. And in his first over, taking a wicket. So Mishra gets his first wicket in his first over. And the next man in is Adi Ramsaran. 44 runs in his last 5 matches. This is
58 balls, guys. 32 off 58.
So you heard it there.
32 off 58.
And if you didn't hear it and you was opening your fridge, you heard it again. The shout of the required runs from Mr. Abbas. Let's hear it one more time, Mr. Abbas.
2 off 58.
Yeah, you had it if you were in your fridge and didn't hear. It's 32 or 58 required. And a man who would bleed for his team, Mr. Adi Ramsaran. He is making his way out to the middle. And just a bit of confusion between the umpires and the players out in the middle with regard to that dismissal. So the catch was cleanly taken. So I'm not quite sure what the issue was. And we will hear from Matthias himself as he makes his way into the pavilion. The scorecard has him out court, Vinny, for 10 bowled Misra. So we'll have a close look at it here as Mr. B. You see him swat the ball there. So the indication indicating that he perhaps thought he hit it into the turf, went up in the air. So let's have another close look at that, Mr. Bikram Das. Get a final adjudication on the matter. He'll come up to the com box, young Mahir, for the producer, former coach as well, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, will just run the replay back for the young man. So we'll have a close look at it on our screens as the new man is out there, Adi Ramsaran. And the batsman himself now confirming that he was in fact out. He does have that technique of closing the bat face on impact with the ball. And we've seen, it's a quick single here. Venier, it is again a direct hit. Seems as though he was in because they are going to come back for a second. They are going to be overthrows. And that man, Venny himself, who took the catch, throwing the stumps down, not out, says the umpire. They come through for a second run on the overthrow, on the ricochet rather, off the wicket. But Mahabir does have that technique with his drive, just to close the bat face, being very risky indeed. Venny himself has that pattern of closing the wrist face, which shuts through the offside. And that one coming off the face of the bat. Some good bit of fielding there off of his. So the end of the first over from Arnab Misra. And have we seen demonstrated in almost every over that a spinner has started to bowl, he's taken a wicket in his first over. That has been the pattern here at the Avide Samaru ground. It's been known to be a spinner's paradise. It's the home ground of that former left-arm spinner, better known as Fish. He has a bag of wickets here at the Premiership level. And the memorial game that took place here on Good Friday in his memory, passing during the COVID period in Trinidad and Tobago. And a memorial match that takes place here every Good Friday. One of the teams, in fact, captained by Avide Samaru. And the other team captained by Mr. Ishwar Maraj. And that memorial game taking place out there in memory of the Endeavour fallen soldier. So Venny is going to continue, and Ghani just motors along. He is on 11 now, not out. 12 not out, as the total now drops below 30. 29 runs now to win. And we are into the 22nd over. So they'll want to try and take this game as close as possible to the wire. Mr. Bodo retiring hurt. has the option to come back in later on and finish the game if need be. So the DC Hub faced a tough prospect today, playing against this PowerGen SSCL Central and South combined team. Another dot ball there. So it's taking on a very tough SSCL combined team. And Anil Ruplal, the main wicket taker, 4 for 18 off of his 5 overs. And it was a good experience for the DC Hub coming up against some lads who feature for the Trinidad and Tobago under 17, under 19 team. The over comes to an end. 106 for 4 after 22. And there was a wicket apiece to Jaden Joseph, Andy Adha, Dylan Ramdawa, Brendan Budu, Adi Ramsaran, and 1 over from Levi Ghani. Of course, picking up a wicket for the spinner in his solitary over. So the opportunity for the DC Hub batters to get some experience against some quality spinners on a natural turf surface, as well as the outfield as well. It's a very thick, heavy outfield back in Washington, coming off of the spring into summer. But here they do get value 4 runs on the very fast outfields in the Caribbean. Misra continuing, having picked up a wicket of that of Mateus Mahabir in his first over. This one smashed back down the ground. Jackson is going to give chase out in the deep, sliding across the outfield. He's not going to knock it down, and it goes into the tarpaulin beyond the boundary for 4. So the new man, Ramsaran, takes his total onto 7 with that boundary. And cut away, and that's going to be 4. Well, it's going to hold up. A bit of rough outfield out there, some thick grass as well. And that shot deserved 4, but it was not to be. Hauled back in by Damaraju from cover, giving chase. And just 2 runs in the end to him. And a faster delivery there from Misra. Oh, this one, another faster delivery, push through, keeping a tad bit low, going under the bat of Ramsaran. Luckily so. Not getting an under edge or not playing it on either. Full delivery, tries to go inside out, does so, and this time is going to get 4 runs through the over the covers, in fact, and into the covers beyond the boundary. And 4 runs to him takes his total on to 12 with his second boundary of his innings. And as announced by Mr. Abbas, it's 116 for 4 and 23 overs gone. Another 18 required. And may not get to that 7 over remaining in the innings. So the captain is going to have to be very careful as to his bowling choices now. So he'll want to be very miserly, hope that dot balls would bring some wickets, and hope to get that one delivery that does prize out a wicket. And it's going to be Venny to continue. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he's gone for 15 runs in his 5 overs and struck for 1 boundary in his last over, straight back over his head. So the mid-off stays inside, but he can't prevent the single. Just wondering if you just want to have that man about 3/4 way to the boundary just in case he does decide to go in the air, because he's not preventing the single at mid-off on the 30-yard circle. Yeah, and he goes in the air. I just wonder if you want to have those men just drop a little bit further back to have the opportunity at a chance at anything that goes in the air. As Ramsaran gets another boundary. Going in the air, and with the fielders inside, Sammy's going to drop back to long on. I thought as well, just to drop the mid-off back a fraction of just about 3/4 way to the boundary, in case he does decide to go in the air again. But there are just 12 runs required to equal the score. Goes in the air this time. Jackson is trying to get a run at cover. It does not go to hand. Peeling off the outside edge. And Venny, who is yet to get a wicket, he's been hanging on by a thread. Some close chances, but nothing in the wickets column for him so far. And they're trying to finish this game very quickly now. Just to prove my point, he plays a forward defensive. It seems as though they want to bat there just until the cows come home. As one of them enters the house, across in Oasis Garden, the park just to our left, the housing development. And they're going to get a single here. Guided to Vanjari, the left-hander, at backward point. It's a bit bumpy outfield, but they do get the single. The throw comes in. The end of the over. It's 1, 2, 3 for 4 in 24 with a run rate of 5.13. So 123 for 4 with a run rate of 5, and Venny finishing his 6th over. And just 1 wide in the innings, and just 11 runs away from victory. And they want to take it all the way till the cows come home.
Who's that, Vanjari?
So it's going to be a bowling change, and it is the Jonty Rhodes of the innings to come back, the left-handed medium pacer, Vanjari. And he's bowled 2 overs for 23, so the most expensive bowler is brought back into the attack after he just bowled 2 overs at the start. So just to give the youngster the opportunity of picking up a wicket in the game. And his first delivery, as he did in the last over, he bowled, goes for 4 outside of the off stump through the covers. So we could very well see the end of the game in this over, as the first one is struck for 4. 127 for 4. Short, a hit me ball, a loosener outside of the off stump. Easily dispatched away for 4. So Ramsaran and Ghani both on 18 not out, and 3 boundaries apiece. So no one has dropped out to the deep cover boundary. So as we round off the final game here for the DC Hub team on tour. $128 for 4. And it's been a good tour, a successful tour. A defeat here would give them 3 wins and 3 losses in 6 games. And some of the lads here, about 8 of them, it's the first time that they're playing on a natural turf surface. And a good take there by Santaliga, keeping up. No ball signal by the umpire. It's going to be a free hit as well. And some of the deliveries by Vanjari in his first spell and second spell have almost been a free hit as well. Some full deliveries, some short ones. You just want to try and get a wicket, the young man, before he leaves the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, there's going to be 4 instead. It's wide, outside the off stump, short and put away. And Adi Ramsaran with that boundary ties the score at 133 for 4. They've taken the game to the 25th over, the DC Hub team, and a couple boundaries in this over, just releasing some of the pressure. And 1 run to win here from the SSCL Central and South combined. So 2 wins against SSCL North and East combined, and South and Southeast and Southwest combined. And now what is sure to be a defeat here against the SSCL Central and South combined. A very strong 11 put out by the PowerGen SSCL team. And perhaps one of the best deliveries he's bowled, Vanjari, coming back in off the inside edge. And not able to get the single required is Adiram Saran. So the over is going to be completed. We're going to have to take it to another over.
Bola. Bala. Bola.
So it's going to be Ravi Kumar to continue. Slow the screen. Wait. Yeah. Let's see. Triples back up. I'll pull it up from WhatsApp. So just 1 run required now, and it's going to be Levi Gani to take strike. And that's going to be the end of the game. Leg by is the signal from the umpire. So 133 being chased down here. And finishing off on 137 for 4. And the not out batsman, Adi Ramsaran, on 22. Levi Gani on 19. Extra stands at 6. Brendan Budu retired hurt on 50. Riyad Mohammed 23. Jordan Bryce no score. Jaden Joseph 7. Matthias Mahabir 10. Levi Ghani 19. Adi Ramsaran 22 joining Ghani not out. 6 extras in the innings. The bowling figures: Bala Ravi Kumar 3.1. None for 22. Shorai Vanjari none for 33 off his 3. Amit Demaraju 1 for 14 off 4. Anish Bami Dipati 2 for 12 off of 3. Rahil Shah none for 16 off of his 4. And Atiyan Lakshman Prabhu Krishna Veni none for 22 off of 6. Arnab Mishra, just the two of us, 1 for 14 for him. And that brings the end to this game and the end of the tour as well for the DC Hub team. And it's their 3rd defeat in 6 games, so they'll go away with 3 wins and 3 losses. And the defeat against the Queen's Park 11 and the Powergen under 19 team are now here against the Central and South combined SSCL teams, with victories against the SSCL North and East team and the SSCL Southeast and Southwest team. And another victory, the 3rd victory against the Naparima College yesterday. And that'll bring their tour to an end as they huddle out there in the middle. And it's been a good experience for the players. They've had 6 games in 8 days with a retreat at the Las Cuevas Beach and an outing to the Uncle Sam's, as well as some tours to the St. Benedict's Cathedral, as well as the Hanuman Temple and the Temple in the Sea in central Trinidad, and an experience as well as the passage to Asia. As we thank Mr. Raj for hosting the team there. We thank the Powergen sponsors and the President Nigel Maraj for working in collaboration with all the stakeholders. Mr. Chaitram Ramjit Singh from Powergen, Dr. Anand Rampasad as well, working with the TTWCA to arrange the ladies' teams. Miss Anne Brong, Miss Marjorie Thomas, the president of the TTWCA, and the producers for both games from the Cricket 360, as well as Mr. Vinud Mamchan, working in collaboration with Mr. Kancham Chotu to bring all these games live on the YouTube stream and journeys from the length and breadth of Trinidad for both the men and the women team at the under 19 level. So I'd like to thank Mr. Zahir Abbas from the SSCL Powergen outfit. We'd like to thank all of the players, Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas, our producer, our cameraman, Mr. Shepherd, and I am Billy Furlong, closing off here for the Cricket 360. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and the next time you will see us be at the toss.